Hello, welcome to today's Tuesday stream. We're gonna be doing a couple of things. We're gonna we're gonna check out Slay the Spire 2. It's gonna be a fun time, actually. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Yeah, I've been drawing a little bit. I'm gonna flex my background a little bit, so it's still basic, but it's like a part of me kind of like wants to get myself into the whole shtick of like, okay, so I have free time, I can make music, I can try making music, I can try drawing on my free time, I can read my books, and I can go forward after that, basically. So it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. I'm trying to utilize my time a little bit better instead of just kind of being like a slob in bed all the goddamn time, because like it definitely I definitely do think that I rested for way too long for certain things, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. So yeah, in particular, that's kind of the thing. Also, another thing is just that, yeah, it's like life in general is kind of weird, specifically because like every region has their own kind of philosophies, basically, and it's like in some degree they're not wrong. It's just that not every philosophy likes not every philosophy in the world likes what the other one is doing and why they do it. And the reason why that is because of the mental circles that I've kind of mentioned. That is like, some people had to live like in certain mental circles because of the conditions that they were in, and it's like it's not necessarily like a determining factor that there's like an ultimate form of thinking, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's like, okay, yeah, look at me, look at this cute background that I kind of drew. It's kind of like, it's kind of okay. It's like, it's better than nothing, I guess, right? It's better. Like, okay, it's better than the stupid background that was like painted over, basically. Well, that was animated and looked like AI art, because like I absolutely hate it. Like the moment that I looked at it, I was like, okay, it looks nice, but like I kind of hate it. I don't like it. I don't really like it. It's awful. It fucking sucks. I would rather stream on a black screen than stream on that thing, basically. So it's kind of like, yeah, sure. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit that kind of made me realize there's like, dude, might as well just dude, I might as well just draw my own background and just be like, oh yeah, I made it myself. Works a little bit better than just having nothing, basically. Yeah, like honestly, like I'm not the most skilled artist out there, but it's like it kind of looks nice. It's cozy. It's cozier than having nothing. I mean, it's cozier than having nothing and having nothing twice, basically. Because it's like, I mean, again, it's like I'm in the kind of camp where I'm just like, dude, AI art is the fucking worst thing that has ever happened, because it basically, like, ideologically, it makes art a something that is no longer personal, something that doesn't mean anything, and it's just images that have nothing attached to them, basically. So it's like, so in a sense, it's like you could be looking at the most beautiful image in the entire world made by AI, but it literally means absolutely fucking nothing. Because again, it's like, I mean, it means something, right? It means that programmers can be artists programmers can basically first off, like, kill the artist, dissect it, and then use his corpse as the weapon of his methodology and his craft, basically. Which is kind of like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's like, to me specifically, whenever I look at AI art, it is probably one of the biggest atrocities the human world has ever like produced, because it kind of like determines that factor that is like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Your identity doesn't matter. What matters is that you have the skill and the interpretation of everything, and then the interpretation of everything is just going to mean one thing and one thing only. We're gonna kill your illusions, we're gonna kill your dreams, we're gonna kill your motivation, we're gonna kill everything that made you you. We're gonna get your corpse hanging, we're gonna analyze it, and then with your corpse we're going to draw what you would have drawn within your own capacity, basically, over like the reference that you had before, basically. It's like, to some degree, it's like if you think about it from some perspectives, basically it's kind of like AI art is like the genocide of the human spirit, basically. The it is the mass murder of the human spirit, and if you kill the human spirit, basically humanity follows in as well, basically. It's like that's kind of the thing, is like, you may think that it's not a very harmful thing, and it's like, oh, you're giving everybody the capacity to be an artist, basically. But it's like, one thing is to do that, to just give people the tools so they can actually express themselves, and another one is to strip their spirit and their motivation and their purpose of being an individual, and then tell them to be like, hey, you being you is not okay. Like, being you is absolutely not okay, basically. And because being you is not okay, um we're gonna shame you for actually having any sort of individuality within yourself. And it's like, okay, so basically the message that all these AI kind of like utilization on what happened during the beginning of like this era, basically, like the AI, the developers of AI basically said, your individuality doesn't matter. If you're a programmer, your individuality doesn't matter. We're going to use your body against you, and then when we're done with you, we're going to collect all the money that we paid you, so we can keep killing you with your own spirit, basically. As like, if you think about it from that perspective, if you think about really what a lot of what the vision of a lot of technocrats were like pushing forward, it was basically that idea that it's like, no, yeah, we're going to use your spirit against you, so you die as a consequence, basically. We're going to use your own fucking spirit so you die. We're going to use everything that we know about you so you die. And the best part, you're gonna pay us all the money that we gave you, because being you is not okay. Being you is a terrible thing. But being me is actually great, because I made the best machine the world has ever seen, basically. It's kind of like, yeah, no. So it's like, if anything, sometimes, like, I have a firm belief that it's like, there's a lot of reasons why a lot of technocrats kind of like push for this dynamic. And it's like, a lot of the reasons that these technocrats kind of pushed for certain things, it's just because they could do it, basically. Because they could strip the individual from their spirit, their purpose, their everything. They could just commit mass extermination of anybody who does not think exactly like them, to some degree. And it's like, that's kind of like the thing, really, when it comes to like certain visionaries, that, yeah, certain visionaries are gonna absolutely do that. They're gonna absolutely do that. So that's kind of the thing, really. And it's a very, very harmful, terrible thing to kind of like strip humanity of its spirit, basically, of its essence, when it comes to like with the purpose of their existence, basically. Because it kind of is kind of like underhandedly saying, yeah, no, it's okay, because like, we know how humanity works, and because we were born in a circle that was pure in nature, because we suffered a lot of other humanity's sins, we are clean of sin, while others who are being born, they are inherently born with sin within them, basically. And because of that, I think that it is kind of our holy duty to exterminate anybody who has been touched by sin in their lineage, basically. And it's like, if you think about it from some perspectives, basically, when you look at the world's view over how some people look at the world, some of the things, a lot of the sins that people do, they're justified because they're the ones doing it. Like, it's okay for them to be like, hey, it's okay if I actually exterminate a bunch of people that are like terrible for like the essence of humanity and everything. But it's okay when I do it. It's okay when I do the terrible action. It's okay when I do it because I'm the one who is right. It's like that is kind of like the aspect of human psychology that a lot of people don't really realize until they're put through like a mental reprogramming system of like, okay, yeah, your individual experience is not the determining factor of everything. It's just your individual experience specifically. And it's like your individual experience is not going to be the ruling factor, basically. And it's like, to me specifically, it was a very difficult thing to realize because, yeah, at the beginning, it was like, yeah, I mean, everything seems to be right. I have never harmed anything, but it's like, but still, people see me as the biggest evil the world has ever seen. And it's like, philosophically speaking, you can say that doing nothing is also kind of a sin because specifically you're kind of being complacent and you're like, okay, yeah, well, you're the prime reason why the things are worse because you didn't do anything to change anything in the world, and because you didn't do anything to put your hands into the world. Now you're the one at fault because you did not do absolutely nothing. And there's going to be other people who are going to be like, no, it's like we totally get it because like if you have no action, no terrible thing has been done, and no terrible thing has been the least amount of terrible things that have been done are unto you, so therefore you're kind of okay, basically. Like it's inevitable that we all do terrible things. We all eat meat. We all eat like living things to some degree, basically. But it's like, oh, it's okay because it's detrimental to our survival. So it's kind of okay in some regard, basically. So it's like, yeah, if you think about it from that perspective, really, there's always going to be perspectives as to why you're a great person and why you're a terrible person in the world. And it's like, no matter what you do, you're never going to be absolutely right about everything, really. You never are. You never absolutely are. And it's like, that's kind of the thing. It's like, when it comes to like life in general, like I kind of look at Asian cultures a little bit, and I kind of like analyze what they truly are doing in some specific, because like I mean the Japanese, Chinese culture, South Korean culture, they kind of have their own kind of systems to some degree, basically. And it's like they sometimes influence other countries so that their systems are more similar to them, so they can empathize a little bit more, basically. And it's like, do you think that it's a terrible thing that they're trying to find empathy somewhere else in another country, basically? Because that means that they get a fresh mentality. They get something fresh along with like feeling that there's somebody who is willing to listen to them and understand them. And it's like when you actually put it from that perspective, from that lens, basically, it's like, yeah, well, you understand them, but it's like just because you understand them doesn't mean that they're going to want the best for you, basically. or that you're going to want the best for them specifically, because again, there's like mental philosophies go a long way about like what is the right thing, what is the wrong thing. It's a good thing because like you're supporting me and I'm protecting you. Or okay, yeah, but like I don't want to be protected, I want to protect you. It's like, no, that's not how it works. I don't want to be protected by you. I want you to protect me. And it's like, okay, wait, how does that work? Okay, so this is how it works. No, that's kind of like a tough choice because like we kind of have like a different type of system, really. Like we kind of care about family, we care about all these things, and you're kind of saying over here that it's like, everybody's the same, and because everybody's the same, everybody needs equal treatment. And it's like, no, not really, because like, and over here in the West, it's kind of like, no, we have families. We treat our families way different than everybody else outside in the entire world, basically, because there are families to some degree. I was like, okay, yeah, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? It's like, yeah, like, yeah, there's like the like contrasting aspects of like equality, equal treatment, or good treatment, should I say? It's like healing treatment, and it's like and aspects of happiness that makes us be a happy person and be an angry person, and there's factors that makes us like serene. There's aspects that makes us fall into like a calm state, into an anxious state. Like there's plenty of reasons. There's plenty of things that can go through basically. So it's like, so that's kind of the thing when it comes to life as well. That is kind of like, yeah, no, like not everything is going to be exactly the same as you think. And when you think that you're supporting somebody, you sometimes are doing the worst thing that you can do, basically, because it's like, oh yeah, well, I love everybody, and therefore I wish everybody the best. Is kind of like a terrible thing to say, basically, because it's kind of like, oh yeah, well, the best for me is getting in bed with 20 men and 20 women and going crazy at it. And then there's the other guy that is like, dude, I just want a wife. What the fuck are you on about, dude? What the fuck? 20 men and 20 women in one bed? That's gonna be like a fountain of STDs. It's gonna be the new Black Plague happening before our eyes. And over here this and the other guy is just like, dude, we become stronger when we bond like this. What do you mean? Like, I think we become stronger if we expose ourselves to harsh environments. And it's kind of true to some level, basically. It's kind of true that whenever we expose ourselves to harsh environments and survive, which I want to make an emphasis on that it's like, yeah, like, it's sometimes it is kind of necessary to push your body to a limit so your immune system can learn to defend itself in more harsh environments themselves. And it's like, when you actually think about it from that perspective, really, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, well, scientifically speaking, it makes sense to push yourself beyond beyond your limits sometimes, so you can actually get like the biggest solution to medicine. And it's like, to some degree, I kind of agree with that statement. That it's like, yeah, you kind of do need to push yourself to the limit to see what you can do to get the right treatment for the right medicine for the right people, basically. As like, if that is the case, sometimes it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, there's like, if you think about it specifically, like I think historically speaking, Germans went through so much hell because they kind of like exposed themselves to like a lot of like medical treatment, like experimental medical treatment during World War II specifically. And it was like kind of like, and their philosophy was like, yeah, well, we'll do it we do it because we love what we are, basically. And that will makes us push forward, and that will make us go beyond what we're capable of to some degree, basically. I was like, when I look at it from that perspective, it's like, well, they're kind of right to some degree. It's like, if you expose yourself to harsh environments and you survive, that is the ultimate victory to human health, basically. It's literally the ultimate solution to like a lot of these things, where it's just like, yeah, actually, like, makes sense now, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, but it's like, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like psychology as well. That is like, I think psychology, probably there's plenty of psychologists who have gone through like hell and back, and they have kind of understood what it truly means to undergo certain like mental programs and mental philosophies, basically, in which one is the most efficient, basically, for the individual, basically. As like, sometimes I kind of like sit down and I'm thinking, well, yeah, there's definitely like an aspect that makes you look at the world as as invincible sometimes when you go on when you undergo like ultimate measures of pleasure to begin with. And it's like if you go beyond pleasure, you think that you can be the hero of everything, basically. And if you can be the hero of everything, you can kind of like destroy anything that is in your way, basically. Even beyond reason, specifically, because it's like that is kind of like the thing about the heroic like the heroic hedonism that is like, okay, you're so hedonistic enough, you've been in pleasure so deeply enough that you can become like the ultimate hero because you've lived such a good life that you think that life is going to be exactly the same, and if it isn't, you know that you will be able to go back to your hedonistic life. So what's the point? It's like, what's the point of not trying to be the hero of certain circumstances, basically. And when it comes to like human nature, there's kind of like this kind of aspect that is like, yeah, there's things that actually do, there are some truth to that, basically. We're like, okay, yeah, pleasure is the ultimate booster of like of it's the ultimate shield, the ultimate coat against terrible things into the world, basically. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, true, that is fine, basically. But also, we kind of have to understand that it's like, okay, now that we're living in the 21st century, it's kind of like there's stuff beyond psychology, there's stuff beyond physiology, there's stuff beyond like anything that the body can offer to some degree, basically, because it's like it kind of shows that that there's always room for pushing like limits, basically. Like there's always room for pushing beyond what's truly like the self, basically. And when you actually push it to the limit and you kind of like exercise that thought into the fullest extent of the word, basically, it's like you kind of discover a lot of things. There's like, yeah, some things are actually kind of curable. It's just a matter of like you getting the right treatment, basically. As like if you believe that you are getting cured and you believe that you will be cured, you will eventually be cured to some degree, basically. So that's kind of the thing when it comes to like life in general, ideologies and life philosophies, basically. But in the end, what I'm trying to what I want to wrap this kind of like whole ordeal into one kind of like idea is that because humanity is a because humans are social creatures, basically. We're social creatures to like like we're programmed to be like that. Specifically, our genetics like benefit from having mental health, from socializing with people who are similar to us to some level. And it's like, and there's also people who are like, oh yeah, well, we're antisocial and we kind of like we heal when we don't have people around us, basically. But it's kind of like it's a very strange factor where a lot of people kind of like fall into, again, their unique ways to heal, protect, and attack others, basically. And it's not always going to be the same thing, like ultimately. But one thing that is absolutely true is that we need humans so other humans can exist. And it's like that kind of like subconsciously tells the human nature to be like, hey, you kind of do have to be social for you to kind of survive. Really, you need to be social yourself so you can survive, because otherwise you wouldn't have a family, you wouldn't have met a woman. If you don't meet a woman to socialize, you don't reproduce. If you don't reproduce, humanity dies as a consequence. So inherently we're social. If we weren't, we would just be one individual that clones itself over time, basically. But and it's just like we would just like clone ourselves from time to time, basically, and we wouldn't need to like the need to socialize, and we would all be lone wolves into the universe. But that's not how we are designed. We are designed to be like, hey, man, woman, combine, reproduce, uh, pleasure, nice. Okay, offspring similar to men and women. Okay, cool. Nice. That works. That totally works. We can keep going. And therefore, because of that, it's just kind of like, yeah, you inherently, regardless if you're an introvert or extrovert, you kind of are bound to kind of like be social to some level, basically. You're bound to be social. So yeah, that's kind of the thing specifically. It's a very complicated issue specifically. And yeah, I think that there are cultures in the world who actually want to go turn their back on Mother Nature, and they just kind of want to put the right people with the right things on the right combination and get the right outcome to some level, because because that way they can actually function as a society, basically. But it's like, I think that that is like the ultimate fuck you to their own humanity so much that it just invites suffering, basically. Sometimes it just invites suffering on purpose, and it's like, to some degree they're right, but it's kind of like it's a very gray way of living, if you ask me, sometimes as well. So it can go like plenty of ways. That's the thing about human philosophies, and how if they can convince other people to live about under their own philosophy, you can get more variety, more chance for like survival, and more abilities as a consequence, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's it's a nasty game a little bit. It can be a nasty game, but it is what it is, really. It really is what it is. That we are all looking for the future of humanity, but is your future of humanity something that is like, okay, yeah, well, I want everyone to be like more Mexican, basically, or more American, or more Chinese, or more Russian, or more Japanese, and it's like, yeah, everybody's going to want the world to be more like them, basically, and it's just inevitable to some level. It is inevitable that that happens to some level. So to some degree, it just kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, I mean, so what do you do specifically? What specifically do you do with your like mindset? What do you do? I was like, yeah, just see what you can do, basically. Like, see what you can do. But like, if you're capable of moving, then you can do something, basically. And if you can move, basically, it's just like, okay, yeah, well, then it works, really. If you move, it works. If it works, it's functional. If it's functional, society is happy about it. And if society's happy about it, then you can have purpose within your own life to get like to have like a happy situation, basically. So that's kind of the thing when it comes to like the world in particular. That is like the world that we're living in, we're really, really pushing that hyper like melting pot agenda, basically, which is kind of like, if you think about it, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That's literally the most Mexican thing I've ever heard in my entire life, basically. The melting pot, mestizo kind of like situation. That's the most Mexican thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Not gonna lie. And that sometimes pisses Americans off, basically, because like some Americans are like really like, no, yo, dude, we need to segregate our own people and be like, I feel like we have the best plantations of everything. And dude, like, yeah, but it's like, scientifically speaking, it just doesn't work sometimes. Like their own attitude, most of the time, it just causes like like inbreeding, and it's like when you cause inbreeding, we know that what happens with that science basically. So that's kind of the thing, really. It's like part of me as a Mexican, sometimes I'm kind of sitting down and I'm like, the world is not gonna like that Mexicans are probably on the melting pot kind of like situation, because inevitably it just does work. Basically, it does work to create very strong individuals, very resilient individuals. Intelligence yet to be decided. But basically, I'm not gonna say that we're the smartest people in the world, because like yeah, that's kind of like a weird thing to say, basically. But like yeah, it's like I do think that we kind of do need that when it comes to intelligence, basically, you kind of have to be a little bit accurate, really. Like, an accuracy can mean a lot of things sometimes, basically. So that's kind of the thing when it comes to like certain mentalities, really. Is like some people kind of like call accuracy some things, some people call accuracy some other things. And it's like at the end of the day, it's just like, yeah, well, Mexicans only care about one accuracy, and it's like, okay, how can we get the melting pot ideology into everybody's heads? And it's like, yeah, well, there's ways that you can persuade people into doing that. Specifically, corn. So, yeah, corn is a nice plantation, actually. Like, corn is so delicious. It's yellow, kind of white. It's like, yeah, and it's green. It's like, dude, it's so good. Like corn on the cob. Like, dude, that's so delicious, basically. But that's kind of the thing when it comes to like intelligence, basically. That it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's certain levels of intelligence. We don't really want to. We really don't need to put like certain aspects of our world into the results that we can produce 24/7, because like that can be a good idea and a bad idea. Basically, it can mean a lot of things specifically. So yeah, it is weird, it is strange, and the world is still kind of playing these kind of like Game of Thrones things where they're like, oh yeah, I'm white and I have golden nipples, and it's like, yeah, okay, white man, let me tell you something. Sure. Actually, yeah, sure. Go ahead and do that. Actually, yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah. If you're going to be the golden nipple white man, be golden with nipple white man. But if there are white women who actually are not dumb enough like you, step the fuck away, basically. Because like at that point, you're just the genetic you're just kind of like the genetic stopping point for humanity's development, basically. You're kind of like a bumper, basically. Well, not a bumper. What is the word? You're you're just an obstacle at that point. You know what I mean? Basically, it's like, and we know that Golden Nipple Man goes into Asia to fuck some Asian women when he wants, and when he gets back home, he says the exact same thing so they can manipulate people into submitting to stupid shit ideas. So it's like, yeah, to some degree, you kind of have to be like, okay, Golden Nipple Man, um, yeah, sure, cool, whatever. And yeah, that's kind of the thing. And it's like that's kind of the thing when it comes to like ideologies and emotions as well. Where you're just kind of like, yeah, well, emotionally speaking, like I think that there's also like certain levels of like because we're humans, like I think that emotional health is detrimental over the functionality over how you can work. And it's like the thing is like the world is now emotionally bound to global things to some level, basically, because of how the internet works and worked for the longest time, basically. And it's like, yeah, well, because of that, it kind of becomes this kind of like inevitable Game of Thrones where there's like, okay, yeah, but what about the Mexican Japanese alliance? Is there an alliance there? It's like, yeah, possibly. Is there like a Mexican American alliance here? Yeah, kind of. Is there like a Mexican Canadian alliance here? Sure. Is there like a Mexican British alliance here? Sure. But sometimes they're like a little bit split up, basically, where it's just like, yeah, well, I kind of just like some things about British culture, but just like I'm not gonna go fall in love with it, basically. The same thing that is just like, yeah, I love some things about the Chinese culture, but I'm not gonna like go full Chinese because like we see a lot of shit that doesn't really work. Same thing with Koreans. It's like, I mean, yeah, South Koreans are kind of cool. And the Japanese are pretty with how they think. So it's kind of like, but they're a little bit crazy as well. But I like crazy as well. So it's kind of like, I mean, yeah, the Japanese are kind of like, yeah, they're a little bit crazy. They do nice things. They produce really nice things, but they're crazy. But I low key kind of like crazy. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, yeah, it's like do you want to date a librarian, or do you want to date a warlord that goes to karaoke every Tuesday because she hates her life? And it's just like, I don't know. It's just like a librarian. It's gonna be a quiet life. Sure, it's gonna be a calm life, but I kind of low key want to get yelled at by a Japanese woman telling me that it's just like that she's angry that her life is not going her way. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of a weird thing. You know what I mean? It's yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it kind of is like that. But it's like I think it's up to the individual to decide what they think is the right thing to do from time to time, specifically. So yeah, that's kind of like an individual philosophy compared to everything else. Basically, it's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, what kind of crazy do you want to dive in tonight? Uh, okay, you better choose wisely in that case, because it's like if you're gonna dine with a woman, you're gonna dine with crazy at some point. So you better like the type of crazy that you like the most, in some sense or the other. So it's like, okay, yeah, well, I'm gonna dine. I'm gonna dine in crazy town, basically. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Another thing. So okay, some planning when it comes to like content creation, it's kind of like yeah, the Spanish channel, like I low key want to play Re Fantasio. Like the Spanish channel has only like done like it has only done like a few games with like a League of Legends, basically, and another game that I just played, basically. But most of the time, I've only been talking in the Spanish channel. Well, actually, I didn't. I only talked like last week on the Spanish channel. It was like, oh yeah, let me make a show real quick. Let me make a fucking real show real quick and just see how that goes, basically. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of like a work in progress a little bit. So yeah, I'm probably gonna end up thinking if I need to like draw a set for that, if I have to make music for that or something. But it's like in some level, it's kind of like what I'm trying to say is just like I'm kind of like fully investing myself into being a content creator, basically. That it's just like, yeah, it's no longer just like, okay, going to live stream. It's more like, okay, we're gonna make music, we're gonna make streams, we're gonna make um drawings, we gotta perhaps make a script of something. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be madness if I'm gonna go fully on it, because like it's just gonna be a life commitment at that point for me to be constantly making content. And as well the fact that I kind of have to like cultivate myself. Like I had to low key cultivate myself with like books as well, to kind of like have a little bit of a more understanding stance of the world in particular, and how psychology can work in certain aspects. Because if I can actually understand how people work, then I can be like, hey, I can be a healer on certain aspects. And if I can be a healer, I can be like, hey, actually, I helped out somebody out in the world, so they found their purpose in life. Basically, it's like, okay, I made them have them find the purpose, and they're not hurting. Like they're not. I mean, okay. Here's the thing: hurting people in the world is inevitable. It is literally inevitable. Basically, it's like hurting people in the world is inevitable. Doing permanent damage to people is something to be avoided. Basically, sometimes pain and suffering can leave permanent marks, definitely. But it's like, should I say, leaving the least permanent amount of damage onto people is probably like a good mindset to have if you are to exist in this world, basically. Because it's like, yeah, it's like in the world, inevitably, whenever, even if you have like a great relationship with somebody, you're gonna hurt them at some point in their life, basically, because like there's always going to be differences. It's inevitable that you hurt each other. If you say into the world that is like, oh, you're not a good person because you harmed them in some shape or form, you're a little bit of a hypocrite, because everybody hurts each other all the goddamn time. All the fucking time. Especially in romantic relationships, there's pain and suffering in that lifestyle. There's always pain in that madness. No matter what, there will always be pain. Now, having established that, doesn't make sense to encourage people to not leave too many permanent marks into the world, because like it makes them feel like, well, how do I put it? To encourage permanent marks, specifically like when it comes to life and death, that's kind of like a determining factor, where it's just like, no, it's kind of like really, really necessary to kind of like take into consideration what life truly means, and what it really means to push people over the edge to understand what life's value truly is. As like when they actually kind of understand it, it's like, okay, their lives become inherently richer as a consequence, basically. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like, it is this thing that it's like, it's very hypocritical what society has pushed forward when it comes to pain and suffering. That is like, to eliminate all pain and suffering of the world is to eliminate humanity as it is. So do you really wish to erase humanity? Do you really wish for people to stop reproducing? As like, some people do want that, actually, like legitimately. Some people do actually want that. And sometimes it's a little bit convenient, because they're like, yeah, well, I can sleep with a single woman that looks kind of beautiful. Like if there's no suffering there, because there's no emotional attachment, then who am I to stop them, basically? Like, really? But it's like, it's inevitably kind of like a thing where it's just like, yeah, no, like, if you want some kind of meaning in life, you're inevitably going to want to find family with friends. With friends first, you will want to find family. And whenever they become family themselves, you can actually find yourselves being more complete as a consequence, basically. And your sons and daughters will have to go through exactly the same way, where they find friends and turn them into family at some point in their lives, basically. So yeah, that is kind of the thing, really. It's like, if you want to appreciate what it truly means to be alive, pain is inevitable. Pain is literally inevitable. To avoid death, that is insanely necessary. But to evade pain and suffering, it's impossible. Literally impossible. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. That's kind of the thing when it comes to like life in general. And it's like I hate the human condition, basically. The human condition is so full of hypocrisies, basically. Like it really is. Like when you actually sit down to listen to what people are saying, like a lot of their worldview are very hypocritical in certain aspects, and sometimes they kind of like repeat certain things for the mental health of the cycles that they've gone through their entire life. And it's like, here's the thing: it's like Mexicans aren't British, Mexicans aren't Japanese, Mexicans are mestizos. Well, a lot of us identify as mestizos, basically, and it's just like, yeah, we're just a combination of everything, really. Like, if you actually think about it, and it's like, because we're a combination of like ethnicities, does it really make sense to pin ourselves down over how authentic one ethnicity is over the other? Is like, no, I mean, at that point it's kind of bullshit. Better be to like kind of create the world that you're like observing and be like, hey, yeah, well, see if we can actually make family become bigger at some point, basically. Because if family becomes bigger, we're just as a consequence happier. We're just happier as people if we all become family to some level, really. Um. So yeah, and it's like it can be a little bit of a nasty plot sometimes, because like a lot of people are gonna be like, hey, well, there's betrayals in families all the fucking time, and it's like, yeah, well, here's the thing: the time that you spend with some people kind of determines how much of a family they actually think you are, basically. So yeah, it's like, be careful of that when it comes to like certain people that say like, oh yeah, I want to be family, yeah, sure, but it's like they just show up home once every like 20 moons, basically, and it's like, yeah, you kind of have to be careful about that. Basically, is like, there's also Mexicans who are a little bit malicious, and they're like, yeah, no, so, like, they just say certain things so you can feel welcome, basically. But yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, okay, you within your circle, you have somebody who is with you like, I don't know, 5 times a week. You can kind of like, there's an emotional bond there, maybe, unless they're like a full psychopath, in which case it's just like, ooh, that's kind of nasty, basically. But yeah, like, it can happen. It can happen. It can definitely happen. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like, mestizos make it very difficult to know if you're dealing with the right person or the wrong person sometimes, because you never know what you're gonna get at times. Yeah, a little bit. That's kind of the thing about Mexicans, is that with Mexicans, you don't know what you're getting into. Sometimes you really don't. Yeah, like, you're gambling with Mexicans. You're always gambling, because like with white people, they can have this idea that it's like, oh no, my Christian family, it's all great, it's all good. We all have houses, and we all bang each other's wives every Tuesday. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, but like with Mexicans, it's just like, yeah, look at this idiot. Look at this fucking idiot over here. Hey, fuck you, idiot. Hey, yeah, fuck you. Yeah. All right. Oh, what's up? Oh, my homie, my man, my best man, my tunnel bro, my backdoor bro, my anal buddy. my jack of all trades. Damn. And it's like, yeah, with Mexicans, you really are gambling. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. There, in societies, you're always gambling. In America, you're always gambling. In Japan, you're always gambling. In Mexico, you're giga gambling. You never know. You never fucking know what you're getting into sometimes. So, yeah, it's sometimes I actually do look at the people in the world, and they're like, "Yeah, dude, Mexicans are something else." Like, we we sometimes have to like know what is going on inside their heads to even know what the fuck they're actually thinking. So yeah, like let's be honest, we kind of need to know what is actually fucking going on here to kind of understand what Mexicans are truly like, basically. And it's like, okay, here's a Mexican. Let me tell you something. Smile. That's it. Smile. That's the only. Sometimes that's the only thing that I can do. It's just like, you're being fucking bullshit with us. So I'm gonna have to take things into my own fucking hands, you fucking prick. So yeah, that's kind of the thing as well. Yeah. So that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, yeah, with Mexicans, you really are fucking gambling. You really are gambling. Americans, you're gambling all the time. You're really fucking gambling. Mexicans, kind of like on the same level of gamble. A little bit less than Americans, actually, now that I think about it. With Americans, it's like, yeah, dude, like there's so many in their country that is just, and with so many ideologies that is just kind of like, yeah, but you're also gambling in that shit. Actually, you never know sometimes. But and with Mexicans, it's like, oh yeah, you're kind of like, you're also gambling. You really are gambling there. You really are fucking gambling. And like the British are trying to do exactly that kind of thing, where it's just like, yeah, we want to be gamblers as well. It's like the British are over here thinking like, yeah, no, we really have to step up our game because like we don't know what the fuck is going on in the world anymore. And the Chinese are like, well, the Chinese are kind of dead in the background. Actually, they just like they just went crazy or something. I don't fucking know, but yeah, like yeah, like the Chinese communities as well. It's just kind of like they're very complicated. I get what they're coming from, but they're so complicated, dude. Like they're so fucking complicated, dude. Like, yeah, it's so goddamn complicated. Like I get it, but at the same time, it's just like, oh, God. Yeah, yeah. It's like with love and affection, you really have to be like you cannot see everybody as family, basically. Because I tried, and people gaslit me into oblivion, basically. So it's like, yeah, it's literally impossible sometimes. It can be really impossible when you're coming from so many households from around the world, and not every household thinks the same, basically. So it's like, yeah, thinking everybody is family is so fucking complicated. Maybe the only thing that you can do basically is just be like, yeah, no, let me promote the values of human existence. I think that is a healthier way of approaching things. Just promote that. Is like, life is a beautiful thing. Let's give humanity the chance for them to find the place that they feel the most comfortable, and they feel where they can feel the most happy in their lifetime. So if they can do that, then we can actually have some connections, real connections with people, and actually find purpose in our world, basically. But first, you kind of have to care about human life, basically. So that's kind of the thing, really. Also, yeah, it's like another thing is like like I hate to say it, girls, but yeah, you're not equal. Women are not equal to men because like when a woman gets fucked over, she really gets fucked over. When a man gets fucked over, he can take much more damage, sure. But when a woman takes massive amounts of damage, it is very difficult for a woman to get back up, basically. Specifically because, like, physiologically speaking, it's just like, yeah, no, it just becomes a little bit more difficult for a man to respect that, basically. So yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, yeah, women are more emotionally resilient, whereas men, they're like a little bit emotionally fragile from time to time, basically. And it's like they kind of like their testosterone just pushes them to put their ideas in front of everything. Well, as women, is like, no, we have to negotiate everything. We have to be loving to each other, woohoo, and sometimes that backfires because it's like the woman ends up sleeping with like 10 men to keep all the men in check. I was like, okay, I slept with 10 men in one night. Do you think that at least one man is gonna stay in the night after I slept with them? Everybody leaves. The woman ends up fucking lonely with a smoking cigarette voice, with no guy that actually tells them that they love them, and that the only purpose in life is to be a fuckhole at that point. I just like, yeah, no, it's like women have it much more fucking difficult after they cross the line. Before that, they have heaven. Before they cross that line, they have heaven everywhere. After they cross that line, their life is over, basically, and they just become like the smoking stripper that nobody gives a fuck about. Other to get a cheap fuck out of those women, basically. Okay, you get a cheap fuck. Okay, cool. You're the greatest woman alive. Thumbs up. You're doing great for the community. I love you. How from the streets? Hey, and they do that. It's like, guys, can somebody stay the night and actually listen to my problems? Shut up! Shut the fuck up, whore! Get the fuck out of here! You did your job. Don't go bring that shit around to my face, basically. Because like, if you do that, you're disrespecting my authority as a person of the respectable world. Go back to your hole, whore. I was like, yeah, it's like that's kind of the thing when it comes to women. It's just like after they cross that line, after they go beyond that line, it just becomes very, very difficult for a woman to get back up, basically. And if they do, they do it with a lot of weak men who are yes men, in order for them to get a cheap fuck, basically. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like, but yeah, like ultimately speaking, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like women in general. It's like when you look at it from some perspectives, really, it's like a woman who is too attractive can get points, and some people can't even ignore that. Some people can ignore the beauty. I mean, some people can ignore the nasty things if you're beautiful enough or you're valuable enough in the sense of like in the sense of values that you have. But if you're a woman who is an open bar and you have nothing else to offer beyond that, it's kind of like, yeah, well, you're kind of fucked, basically, because like you didn't play your cards right at that point specifically. So yeah, that's kind of like the nasty thing about everything. It's just like the loving people of the world, basically, we get the most fucked. We get the most fucked out of every society, basically, because we kind of end up just taking the shit of everybody in the entire world, specifically. And women get it way worse. They're emotionally way more resilient, but when men are loving, whew, they get hell on earth. They get the whole the whole Dante curse, basically, that it's just like, oh fuck. Yeah, I know. It's a nasty thing. Anyway, let's play the game. So okay. Let's put it like this. No, okay. There we go. Cool. Oh, did I bash or something? I probably did. Okay. Okay. 2 HP, 16 block. Three vulnerable exhaust. Deal 7 damage, gain 2 strength this turn. This turn. Blood Ball. Or not gonna be enough. Okay. So yeah, it's like don't get me wrong, but it's like if you're a lover and you're a man, you get all the shit of the entire world basically because you're like because like other men see you as a weak person. Other men see weaker men see you as a reliable person that is to be betrayed at some point. Women see you as a reliable source of things, and they can shoulder you very well. But also, women who are aware of how other men work tend to use you as a stepping stone so that the guy that they actually like looks better by comparison, basically. So that's kind of the thing, really. It's like that's kind of like the metagame of the loving guy, basically. It's like the metagame involves just being able to fucking take every damage from every angle, basically. And it's such a nasty feeling. Like if you are to be a loving person in this world, you are bound to take massive amounts of damage. Like literally, you're literally bound to that. To strength. Uh can be hatched at the rest site. I'll take the egg. What the fuck is that? Oh, 30% less damage. Okay. Okay, wait. 7. Does that work like this? Vulnerable. Oh, 50% more damage. So it's not. It's gonna be like 2 points. So it's gonna be 7/7 if I do this. So yeah, blood wall. Okay. So yeah, to some level, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like love in general. Is like love is not affection, ironically, really. And it's like affectionate people are lovers by can be lover like are like their path for them to actually find love themselves is a very very nasty path to go through because it means that we're inevitably going to be the tanks that take the most damage. Basically, we're like the tanks of society that take all the damage for society for them to kind of like grow a little bit. As like sometimes it just gets to the point where it's like you cannot be too submissive, otherwise they're just gonna be like, otherwise people are just gonna leave everything to you to some point. And it's like they're not gonna leave the good things to you; they're gonna leave all the bad things to you specifically. So it's like, yeah, it's like if you're going to be a lover, if you call yourself a very affectionate person in the world, the only solution that you have is to be like, okay, I'm affectionate to myself, then I can be affectionate to others. Because if I do it the other way around, the entire world is going to deposit all their hatred onto me, and that's just going to destroy me from the inside to the outside. So if you are to be a lover and use that as a weapon, you have to love yourself first, beyond anything else, before anything happens. Really. Okay. 18 damage. Uh, Iron Wave. Dismantle. What do I upgrade? Then 3 vulnerable, 3 strength. Let's go with Bash. Proceed. Okay. Cool. That's gonna be 6. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, slippery. Okay. Okay, cool. 12 damage to all enemies. Shrug it off and armaments. Dude, armaments is so good, actually. Hatch. Deal 14 damage. Okay. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh, oops. Okay, I should have. Ah, no, it's okay, I guess. Okay, strength potion. 7 damage, gain 2 strength this turn. Whenever you play an attack this turn, gain 3 block. Oh, that sounds good. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Uh, draw 3 cards. You're gonna draw additional cards this turn. Hmm. Or plating. Okay. Okay. Okay, decent. We'll do. Lose 3 HP, gain energy. 5 damage to all enemies X times. I feel like Whirlwind might be good. I don't know. Okay. Um, okay, that was probably a bad idea. Okay. Okay. Cure all. Do I go for a mini boss? Gain energy throw. Yeah, sure. Let's go with it. Uh, but I cannot draw anything. Hmm. Oh, it didn't matter, I guess. 12 block. Okay. Strength. Gain energy at the start of each turn. That's pretty good, maybe? Uh, Okay. Uh, okay. Cool. At the end of your turn, one random attack of your hand is played against a random enemy. Okay. Gain energy for okay. Maybe setup strike? Who knows? Okay. Oh, because I had 4 energy there. That's right. Okay. 6 damage. Okay. I think I rest this one. Right? Because I'm unsure what I'm gonna face, to be honest. So let's see. Oh, 9 slippery. Okay. 2 strength. Okay. Mm, cure all. Okay, 27. Uh, it doesn't really matter if I apply vulnerable. Hmm. Okay. Boom. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's kind of nasty a little bit. Okay. Okay. Epoch discovered. Cool. Gain 2 strength. Transform all attacks in your hand into a giant rock. Deal 4 damage twice. Exhaust the random attack in your hand and its damage to its card. Exhaust the random attack in your hand and its damage to this card. And add this its damage. Okay. Uh. Yeah, we can go with Primal Force maybe. Hive. Okay, there's plenty of rest sides over here. Let's go here. A puppet has arrived. And check on father, I'm too tired. Uh, gain 15 block. Next turn, draw 2 cards and gain 2 exhaust. Enchant all defense with Goopy. When played, permanently increase this card's block by 1. At the start of your turn, draw 1 additional card. At the start of your okay, wait. Not a terrible one, but okay, so now my defense are a little bit different, I guess. Yeah. Giant rock. Oh wait, I'm full health again. Okay, that's interesting. $23. Oh, I should have started with this. Oops. Okay, cool. Deal 8 damage. Add a copy of this card into your discard pile. Gain 5 block. Okay, wait. I think armaments is still better, probably. Lose 6 HP, gain 57 gold. Arm suddenly jut out from a nearby hole, clutching a suspicious bag of riches and a clearly cursed relic. This or that. Okay, sure. Clumsy to your deck. That. Okay. The first hand you draw each combat is upgraded. Okay, interesting. Okay, well. Okay, cool. All enemies. I mean, I guess for 1 damage, 8 to everything is not bad. Okay, have money. Let's see what we get. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah, I just skipped the store for no fucking reason. Okay, awesome. Okay, well, that's great. Taste. Okay, this is. I guess I can do this. Set up strike. Oh, wait. Nah, I should have done the other one, I think. Okay. Okay, cool. That works. When you apply vulnerable, draw 1 card. Right. Oh, yeah, this thing. That was an unfortunate beginning hand, actually. What the fuck is this? Okay. Paraphrite. The Obscura. Okay. Okay. Okay, this transforms into deal 24, which is basically the same. Uh, okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So if this thing dies, the other one dies, right? I'm presuming. Yep. Okay. 6 damage to all your cards containing strike. 9 damage to all enemies. Perfected strike. Okay, armaments and that. I'll take that. Okay, I need to go to the store actually, real quick. Okay. That's pretty useful. Let's remove. I think removing the curse is not a bad idea. 3 vulnerable. Uh, not bad, I guess. Okay, we definitely rest, I think. Okay. You come up upon a faintly glowing key and go pick it up. Been looking all over for that key. Now, if you don't mind. This person looked like bad news, but maybe it's not good to be judgy. Fight to obtain the key. The stranger looks at you menacingly. It seems like only one of you is making it out of here with a key. Okay. The effects of your X cards are increased by 2. So it means that any attack that has an X, they will, if they cost 0, they will be casted twice. That's pretty good, actually. Okay. Interesting. Another shop. Okay. Okay. So 4 times 5, that's 20. Six times 5, that's 30. There we go. Uh, 9 damage. I think we still take that. I think it's Smith. Smith. Okay. Whirlwind soundedly is a great card. Frantic escape. Okay. So we do this. Okay. Strength. Nine block. This is gonna be a nasty turn, but okay. Hmm. $105. Uh, am I dead? Or can I kill him? I think I'm dead, oh no, never mind. Okay. The first time you gain block, double the amount gained. Uh, uh, Unmovable. Yeah, there we go. Glory. The motherfucking Chimera, Manticore, whatever the fuck. So weak, but you have potential. Use this weapon. Okay, let's see. Every 4 cards you play, draw 1 card. Uh, at the start of your turn, add a random attack into your hand. It is free to play. Yeah, we can go with a crossbow, maybe. Okay. I think I can do this route in particular. Cool. Anger. Uh, okay. Bully. Oh, dude, that's insane, actually. The crossbow is kind of low-key insane. Spite. Okay, that's good, actually. Oh, ooh. It would have hit twice, actually. Okay. And he would have been dead. Easier. Okay, I guess. Doesn't really matter, but sure. 5 block. 8 block. Uh, Evil Eye. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, decent. Howl from Beyond. 9 damage to all enemies. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Weak potion. Oh, shrug it off. Yeah, shrug it off. Classic. Lose lantern key. Obtain. Okay. Historic course. At the start of your turn, play a copy of your last played attack or skill. That's decent, I guess. Okay, that works. Uh, 4 plating. Barricade is such a setup. Probably stolen armor or something. Lose Blessing of the Forge. Uncommon power. Upgraded common attack. Upgraded common attack. Smith. Okay, let's see. 6. Nah. Shrug it off. I probably want to get like shrug it off, basically. Or this. But no, it's just the thing that armaments just makes it really consistent. So let's go with that. Vulnerable to all enemies. Okay. Yeah, let's go with it for this for sure. Goblin on a robot. Let's fucking go. Okay. Okay. Okay, sure. Warning. Okay, well, shit, that sucks. Well, it's fine. Ooh, this would have been good in the beginning of the run. I'll still take it, probably. I still have money. That's why I upgrade. Oh, wait, okay. Fuck. Wait, what? Oh. Don't tell me that I have to defeat them both. Then. What? Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, so they're just gonna keep on coming. Okay. Okay, there it is. Okay, so with this... Oh, okay. Well, sure. I guess that works out. Okay, skip. Okay, what do you got? Gain energy and draw one card. Every time you play 10 attacks, gain energy. At the start of your first turn, lose 2 energy. At the start of all other, gain 1 energy. Whenever an enemy dies, gain energy and draw 1 card. Yeah, let's go with it. Sure. Radiant. Okay. Smith. Unmovable. I think Unmovable is such an intense card to upgrade. Yeah, it's like 1. The Queen. Okay. Okay, that works. Should have attacked with that one first. Okay. Oh, this is 50 damage. Okay. It is gonna be close, I think. A little bit. Oh, wait! Oh, no, oh, fuck, I fucked myself. Yeah, I fucked myself with that. I shouldn't have casted that. Okay. The crossbow actually fucked me over. Actually. I didn't realize that was the thing. Oh, fuck's sake. In the timeline, reveal epochs to unlock cards, relics, and much more. Okay, sure. The reopening. Mother of Resurrection, Neo, awakened by her slumber. Rise, champion, rise again. Okay. Neo will now greet you at the start of each run. Okay. Silent. Okay, the silent. Cool. Okay. Cards unlocked. Okay. Placeholder. Relics unlocked. A void of nothingness. But then the world came into existence. Okay, sure. Cards unlocked. Cool. Awesome. Standard. Okay, we got the silent. Let's go do a silent run. I've remade you go up. Remove one card from your deck. Receive greed. Yeah. Get greed. Yeah, let's go to the shop. Okay. Defend, strike, defend. Strike, strike. Okay. Okay, there we go. Nice. Draw 3 cards. Discard 1 card. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy 4 times. Okay. Man, shrink is such an annoying mechanic, actually. Poison stab or blade dance? I really like poison stab a little bit. Oh, oops. Okay. Okay, cool. Gain block equal to poison of on all enemies. Hmm. At the end of combat, upgrade all card rewards if you took no damage. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna happen for sure. However, okay. Oh wait, no, I should have I have this. Oops. Uh, that is awkward. I forget I have this thing. Yeah, it could have been like twice here if I did that. Rock Parasite. Okay. Uh, uh, uh. Decent. Okay. There we go. Oh. Okay. That is annoying. Why did I attack that one? What the fuck? Uh, okay. I'm still kind of fucked up, actually. Like, low key. Yeah, this run is gonna be dead. Like, really fucking dead. Quickly. Yeah. Takes damage to all enemies. Kind of little unlimited plate if there are no cards to in your draw pile. 60 damage to all enemies. That's such a weird stretch, actually. Like, really fucking weird. Enemy loses 2 HP. Barely did anything. Okay. Whenever you play a card this game, wait. Oh, okay, so that's how it works. Okay. Cool. Might as well. Uh Chiefs. 18 block. Okay. Smash. Uh Sharp 3. Okay. Okay, so what exactly do I smith here? Accuracy plus. Uh I mean, I'm probably gonna play into the fan of knives kind of thing. So let's go with it. Okay. $18. Okay. Wait, what the fuck is this? You can only play one card this turn. Okay, okay, dude, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Exhaust. Five. Okay. Enchant all strikes in your deck with Piscator's Ember. Costs 0 and gains Eternal. Lose 1 max HP. Ooh. With a single special path. I mean, I like special paths. Okay, yeah, sure. Cool. Uh, oh, wait. Okay. Clarity Extract. Damage to all enemies. Every 3 times you apply poison. Uh, Craft potions. Stable. Okay. Throw. Okay. It's gonna be 3. Okay. Uh, okay. I feel like it was way better if I did it there, but whatever. Okay. 3 ships. Cool. Mm. Mm. Okay, that's enough. Okay. For each skill in your hand, deal 5 damage. Self self-help book. On the floor lies a tome, Top 3 Ways to Conquer the Spire. The book is encrusted with blood, so you find this manuscript of highly suspicious while you read it. Choose an attack to enchant with Sharp 2, Nimble 2, Swift. Actually, that's pretty good. Like accuracy with Swift. That's nice. Pretty decent. You are approached by the oldest person you have ever seen. We meet once more. It's me, Run with. Run with. Run with? You do not know this man. You know, random relic. Uh, Table Serum. Parrying Shield. Okay. Interesting. Oh, kunai, let's go. Okay, but random relic. Okay, decent. Strength. Yeah, sure. Okay, we have this dude. Uh, okay. Okay. That works. Power potion, letter opener, blade dance plus. Yep, let's go with it. The rest. We fight another one. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Um cool. Funny turn. Funny turn that this okay, this card. Okay, let's see. Sly. Okay, let's Smith. Tactician plus. If this can okay, Okay, if this is discarded, this works actually. So instead of one, we get two. I still go for blade stance, I think. Yeah, I think I do. Okay. You know what I cannot realize is that I have the nasty habit of saying I think like twice, actually. Like it's a very nasty habit. I don't really like it. At the end of your turn, take 6 damage. Mind rot. I'll take the mind rot. Late dance. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Um. Drink. And okay, we got 1 energy. Uh. Okay. Works. Okay, 30 health. That seems kind of okay. What do we discard? Okay. Make your choice. Take 7 damage, probably. A weak into bomb, bomb, bomb. Okay. Let's see. Follow through. This defend, defend. I feel like this turn I don't really do anything. Yeah. Not that it matters, actually. Okay. We get rid of the fend. We do strangle. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we got it this turn. That's fine. Okay, cool. Decent. 115 block. Choose a card. Next turn, add 3 cups of that card into your hand. Exhaust. Play every shiv in your exhaust pile on the enemy. Yes. Wait, that was it? That was it? Really? Vaku plays your first turn for you. I mean, it's a gamble. Let's go for it, I guess. I do have enough money, so maybe we would go for the shop. And there's a lot of question marks over here as well. They can go here. Okay, cool. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Okay, so Vaku played my first turn. Nice. Okay, interesting. Sly. Okay. Too vulnerable. Exhaust. 8 damage to all enemies. Calculated gamble. I'll take that, actually. Dude, you know what it is? It's like I feel like my focus is all over the place, basically. Like in the past, ironically, like I feel like I'm the kind of person that was hyper focused 24/7. But I guess that it got to the point where it's just like sometimes that hyper focus just make me make sound for no reason. Like I guess it makes sense, right? That's kind of how I have to put it. It's like to some degree, I guess I was the kind of person that was just making sound for no reason, for no benefit, basically. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the main problem as to why I feel like I'm the way that I am sometimes. That is like, yeah, like sometimes I make movements that have no ulterior motives, or just like I kind of like think of something that it's outside of my range to some degree, basically. But it's like to some degree is like, yeah, it just is the fact that it's like it's just simply outside of my range, basically, most of the time. It's like sometimes I wish that it was in my range, but yeah, with the internet, it kind of makes it really funny because like it means that it's within range at some point as well. So it is funny a little bit. Uh, remove the curse. Okay, cool. Card cycles are always nice. Please play accuracy first. He didn't play accuracy first. Wow. I mean, I guess he went for the kill, which is fine, but okay. Tactician. Okay, we get that. And we do... One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Decent. The next skill you play costs 0. Gain dexterity 3 this turn. The next skill you play costs 0. So this is good, actually. Okay. I can go here. Create a custom card. Navigating through an endless sea of corpses, you find a mad scientist scavenging for various scraps. Just hi, hello, you look like a capable fighter. I need a tester for my next atrocity device. How about it? Make power, make an attack. Deal 12 damage, question mark, question mark. Okay, power. At the end of combat, upgrade a random card. Yeah, at the end of combat, upgrade a random card. Seems kind of okay, I guess. Okay, so I can do this. Accuracy. Into late dance. Into strangle. Into pounce? Or maybe just mad science into poison. Yeah, that works. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of fucking damage, dude. Also, another thing that I kind of realized for a little bit is the irony of the memes themselves. You know, it's like the fact is that memes, like the build up to the memes that kind of got us to this point, a lot of them don't really like have a lot of effect on me anymore, which is kind of funny to think about. That it's just like whenever you are too bound to certain things, and it's just like those things don't really benefit you in any shape or form, and it only like makes you like adapt to certain behaviors. It just ultimately makes me think that it's just like, are memes actually like a good thing or a bad thing, or are they just chains of bonds? So you behave into a hive mind in a particular way, basically. It's like, yeah, there's the benefit of being part of the hive, but at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, there's some things that don't really benefit you that much, actually, because at that point, their mentality is your mentality to some degree, basically. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird when I look at it from that perspective, really. Play 11 shifts. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Didn't look that impressive, but sure. Sucker punch or follow through. Oh my fucking god, you had such a nice hand at the beginning. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, oops. Oh, okay. I'm stupid. Well, that's great. That's awesome, actually. Okay. Uh, to all enemies. Calculated gamble plus. Okay, we have money. So we can go there. Gain 7. Okay, sure. Uh, the start of each combat heal 2. I can get accuracy, actually. 4 additional damage. Maybe this can work. No. Okay, let's get rid of one of these. And then do this. And do that. Proceed. Fight a 78 5 HP dummy. As you approach, it begins to rumble and Fizzle lights up brilliantly. It's time to train. You have 3 turns to defeat me. Choose a setting on or face lethal humiliation. Here are the options. 300 HP dummy. 2 random cards. Okay, do I have enough? The thing is that I don't have 3 turns. I have 2 turns. So let's go with 150. Oh, yeah. One. Okay, tactician and what? Something else. Okay. You pass the training. You are now equipped to defend the factory against intruders. Be sure to hydrate after training sessions. Okay, sure. I feel like I need to heal, to be honest with you. Seed. The shop is like whatever. Maybe I can fight one? Yeah, sure. The goblin. Okay, sure. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Okay. I guess I can do blade dance. Okay, math science into blade dance. Into calculated gamble. Into accuracy. Into calculated gamble again. Crap. Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay. Ouch. Follow through. Okay. With free skill. Okay. That's pretty fucking mad. Okay. Up my sleeve. "13 ships. Let's fucking go. I don't even need to do anything. Okay. Start the next combat with additional energy. Sure. Proceed. Okay, decent. Wait, what? Okay. Not that it matters, but sure. Okay. Okay, this is kind of nasty, actually. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Wait, no, that's not over. Fuck my life. Actually. Shit, okay. Okay, well. That's awkward. Okay, can I upgrade and play every single shiv? Okay, is this gonna be enough? I don't think it is, but sure. Wait, what is this? Intangible? How the fuck am I supposed to beat that? Huh? So he became intangible after a while. Okay, wow, okay. That's funny. That's hilarious, actually. That's fucking hilarious. On this quiet planet, beasts of imagination began to dot the world. They roamed the lands in this time of simple, gleeful violence. Countless ways to kill, to feed, and to proliferate are suggested. Colonies, hives, groups, and schools ebb and flow into the nooks and crannies of Prion. Okay, cool. Okay. Bigger prey. The other sisters judge the fourth one in silence. They have not seen her over 3 centuries, and she returns with an ugly, pulsating scrap. The silent recollects the trials she endured for this trophy, but does not speak. To speak is weak. One can only prove herself with more impressive trophies. There's always a bigger prey. Okay. Sure. His Majesty barely even looked anymore, and swept through planets' profiles in the current constellation. I demand to visit a more exciting planet. The regent slammed his fists down on the space console. Beep, beep, beep. Anomalous planet detected. Okay. The regent has arrived. His Majesty may now embark upon the Spire onwards. Okay, sure. The regent. Okay, cool, cool, cool. The regent. I kind of like this character design a little bit. Okay. Ill. A sickness carrying a familiar scent courses through Silent's veins. The heart piece is slowly killing her. The grotesque trophy is hurled into the ocean, but the blight has no cure. She will die soon. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Fuck. Dude, the bosses of Slay the Spire 2 are so fucking different, dude. They legit are so different. Like Slay the Spire 1 for sure was way easier than Slay the Spire 2. Slay the Spire 2 feels like yeah, you're getting fucked basically. Like the first installment feels like, oh, it's a video game. We're here to have fun. The second one is just like, yeah, no, you want fun? Let me show you what fun we're having in this place, actually, because like, fuck you, this is the fun that we're having. To some degree, actually, yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the thing in particular. Okay, let's chill for a bit. Oh, let's chill for a bit. And no, it's not because I want to use the background that I personally drew. No, it's not that, basically. It's definitely not that. But at the same time, I low-key really want to use this background moving forward a little bit, because that motivates me to actually making more stuff, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, sure. But yeah, specifically, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like human like behaviors, I guess. It's just like, if you think about it, like a lot of rich people, basically, like a lot of our elites of our own countries, basically, they all get like weird experiences when it comes to like exploring new cultures. Basically, they're like, hey, you want to go and have a trip to France? You can do that. Whoa, you can go to France. And they hate it, and they come back, and they're like, France sucks. It's not the country that I'd expected. I was like, yeah, well, the French have been a little bit crazy for like the last 20 years, probably. So it's like, yeah, not exactly the same experience. But here's kind of the thing when it comes to like how money kind of like amplifies your perspectives on how to deal with people, basically, because it's like, if you have money, you're inevitably going to have to deal with people worldwide, and that means dealing with various behaviors that actually lead you to have like a more open stance of like how to behave in a particular situation. And that's kind of the thing when it comes to like a lot of the games that we experience growing up, that is like, Asian countries have like a different kind of socialization in some degree. And it's like Western countries also have a different way to socialize as well. And it's like, depending on how you look at it, you get like a completely different experience on how you deal with people. And in my kind of like circle in particular, that's kind of weird, because like me in particular, the kind of circle that I ended up socializing with was kind of non-existent, basically, because like, it felt like okay, me growing up, basically, this is kind of like a funny story, basically, but when I was growing up specifically, I didn't have anyone to talk to. And if I did, it was kind of like, yeah, well, I would rather just play video games all day rather than talking to other people, because like, yeah, I just didn't feel like I had like an authentic relationship with anybody out there, basically. And the only kind of authentic relationships that I kind of had were always with adults when I was like a teenager, basically, because it felt like with adults I felt a little bit more complete, basically. It felt like a more competent relationship than compared to like a teenager, because like a teenager is always looking for like, hey, look at this funny shit. And I'm over here thinking, yeah, that's funny, I guess, but like it just doesn't satisfy me in some shape or form. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing when I was growing up, basically, that it was a very, very lonely feeling. Even when I was surrounded by people, it felt incredibly lonely. Mainly because, like, me as a Mexican means that I was chronically online at 15, playing MMORPGs, talking to Canadians and Americans, and like who knows how much, and Australians to some degree, basically. It's like I was dealing with like with like people of those circles when I was growing up, basically. And that kind of meant that this socializing to me was entirely fucking different. Because like, yeah, I just enjoy talking to a Canadian more than a Mexican, because a Mexican is always like, oh yeah, fucking idiot, fuck you, go fuck yourself, or whatever. Because like, compared to like a Canadian, it's like, oh yeah, hey, sorry, yeah, here's some fucked up shit I found on the internet. I hope you like it. And it's like, in some shape or form, I guess I became like a very, very either naive person or a very passive person, basically. Which I feel like it's a little bit of both, basically. Because like, in specific, really, like, I kind of like blindly trusted people online for some reason, and it's because like I felt comfortable, basically. Like, oh no, not this one. Okay, I really need to change my talking background stuff. That's probably gonna be my project to do, like between tomorrow, probably tomorrow. If I sleep well today, tomorrow I'm probably gonna try to compose something out of nothing and see if I can get like some kind of music going, besides the background and shit. But like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing in particular, really. That it was just like, oh, also by the way, I just kind of realized I'm kind of big. Yeah, that's more like it. That's kind of more like it. Okay. Yeah, this this looks way better. But yeah, that's kind of the thing when it came to like, when it came to like specifically, right, like when it came to specifically certain aspects of like reality in general, it's like the reality that I was like living was kind of like, oh yeah, I feel like a stupid American, and I'm like, oh wow, okay, I feel really stupid, and I want to be a stupid and naive American. That's a cool thing to do, or something. And then I deal with actual Americans who are kind of like malicious, or who are smart. It's like, oh yeah, you're a fucking idiot, and I'm over here like, oh shit, oh, actually, it's not the same thing that I thought that it was gonna be, basically. And maybe it's just that the internet kind of made me like, I mean, in a sense, the internet kind of made me a little bit stupid. That it made me think that all people were nice, like on the English speaking circles, when in reality it's just kind of like, yeah, no, they're assholes in their own, they're passive. Like that's the thing. It's like Americans are super passive aggressive when it comes to certain things, and when they're not, they fucking yell in your face and tell you to go fuck yourself, basically, which is kind of like, yeah, that's kind of a thing that they kind of tell you like from time to time, basically. And I think that it's also a little bit of individualism, because it's like every individual out in this fucking bitch has their own ways to like say certain things, basically. And me being part of like a semi-conservative household, basically, it was kind of like, yeah, well, yeah, it's like, if you have tattoos on you, you're kind of like a little bit of a downy, because like it shows that you're insecurity, and you need to impose something into the world that you are to be feared, basically. But it's like, okay, but it's like, yeah, it's like you're willing to pay to brand your body in a way that cannot be removed and cannot be hidden. So therefore, are you kind of like being smart about how intimidating you want to be, or do you want to be intimidating, or should you be intimidating in other ways? And it's like kind of like, yeah, I mean, exercising is kind of like a good start, actually. Like, like actually, this is kind of like the thing that kind of like sometimes strikes me of like sometimes like people who are like in the tech industry and they're tatted up the ass. It's kind of like part of, I mean, not to judge you, because if that's your preference, it's your preference, and it's like it's you. But part of me, whenever I look at somebody who is in the tech industry and has a bunch of tattoos on top of them, trying to be like, oh, hey, I'm the baddest of the tech industry, I sometimes kind of think, like, what kind of social circles do you belong to that you think that intimidating people with how much tattoos you have on you? Like, I wonder how you actually socialize with those kind of people, because kind of shows that it's just like, yeah, you're looking to be intimidating in certain circles and to be respected in certain circles, and it's kind of like, yeah, like specifically, I don't feel like you need to be respected in every circle. Basically, it's just that, yeah, you need to be respected in some circles, but not every single one of them. Specifically, it's like, yeah, like, and even more so specifically for me, really, is like with women who wear tattoos in particular. I mean, it's kind of like a me thing. I think that there's a lot of people who are wealthy and that they really love tattoos, but like, for me specifically, when I look at a tattoo on a woman, it's just like I find it to be the most tragic thing, and it's kind of like, and I know that it's like, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to like pose to be like like an attractive to you, because like I'm not posing to be attractive to you, which is fair, basically. But it's kind of like, oh god, sometimes I look at really attractive women having tats, and I'm like, oh god, yeah, no, it's kind of like I lose hunger. You know what I mean? It's like I kind of like look at like the hottest woman in the entire world, and then she looks like a coloring book, and I'm like, uh, yeah, that good decision, I guess. I guess if that's you, that's fine. But it's like I'm not super attracted into that. I'm not gonna be attracted into that. I don't like. I don't want to date a coloring book, if you know what I mean. Basically, it's just kind of like, yeah, no, no. So yeah, specifically, it's just like, to me, it just shows insecurity, basically, and it's okay if they have symbols and they're like, oh, dude, that's such a great thing, because it shows that you're creative and you're trying to portray your creativity into the entire world. And it's like, okay, yeah, cool, that's fine, but not for me, actually. No, and it's like, to me, it's just like race doesn't really matter. Like you can be brown and you can be like, yeah, whatever, and you have no tattoos. Okay, even better. That's great. But it's like you can be like the whitest person with like a bunch of cringy ass tattoos, and I'm like, oh fuck me, dude. Oh yeah, shake my head actually. Like, oh fuck me, why? Why did you do that to yourself? I know that you're within your freedom, but god damn it. And it's like, and it's even double worse when they have the nose ring. It's kind of like, oh no, like I get that you're trying to rebel, but like there's ways to rebel. You know, it's like, because like if you rebel in that way, you're gonna be dealing with fucking mouth infections, nose infections, coochie infections, dick infections, nipple infections if you don't wash those piercings right. And it's like, I don't know about you, but like I'm the kind of person that really wants to have things as natural as possible, because like that kind of like prevents a lot of fucking nasty gunk being produced around your body. Basically, it's like I can imagine that it's kind of like, it just gets annoying getting like a mouth piercing with like a bunch of shit whenever you don't treat it properly and it gets infected. It's just like, oh shit, I have to go to the doctor and I have to get antibiotics to deal with this nasty shit because I didn't clean it properly. And it's like, to some degree, I'm just kind of thinking like, not only do you like do people sometimes look cringe, but they also have to pay money to get the doctor so they can get antibiotics for the shit that gets infected whenever the piercing doesn't get treated properly. And it's like, to some degree, I just think that it's so mentally weird for people to be like, hey, I like tattoos. It's a great thing for me, for you, and everybody, because that gives you a little bit of a sign of individuality. And I'm over here thinking, dude, like, I would rather, like, I'm the kind of person that goes without showering for like at least for like 5 days. You think that I'm gonna clean that shit up constantly? Probably fucking not. Like that's nasty, dude. That's incredibly nasty. I would rather be environmentally friendly and be like, hey, I'm gonna shower every 2-second day, third day. I'm not wasting water. That's kind of environmentally friendly. Fuck off. And it's just like, yeah, to some degree, it's just like, yeah, it's kind of like this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, no, like I'm gonna be real with you. It just doesn't make sense to just have this kind of mentality of like, oh yeah, quirky personality when I'm over here thinking, yeah, yeah, cool, I guess. If you want to be that way, be that way. But like, don't bring that shit near me. It makes me cringe, basically, a little bit. And yeah, it's like this is kind of like coming from me, from somebody that actually wanted to get like earrings at some point, but I was like, dude, if you get earrings, you're gonna look fruity as fuck. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? It's like if you get earrings as a dude, you're gonna look fruity as fuck at some point. If you get the wrong earrings, you're gonna look fruity as fuck, and a lot of people are gonna think that you're fruity as fuck as well. So it's like not that other people's thinking matters, but at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, no, not kind of my thing, basically. Which is kind of funny considering that if I have the chance to get like, I mean, okay, hear me out about this one. If I have the money to buy makeup, I would absolutely fucking paint my face white, like kind of like a kind of like a ghoul kind of thing with like black makeup and all that shit, and be like and have like work boots and shit, like like heavy work boots, have a suit. If I had the money and the hygiene to do that, I would absolutely fucking do that. I would be like, hey, white makeup, fucking I don't know, kind of like a goth type of setting, type of shit, basically, to some degree, basically. I don't know, like, well, yeah, kind of like goth a little bit, but that's because I'm obsessed with vampires myself, basically. Like, if I'm obsessed with vampires, I'm not gonna be fucking Twilight with like with like, oh, look at my werewolf boyfriend, or oh, look at my vampires kissing with stone lips crackling. It's just, dude, it's gonna be like the fruitiest shit ever. I'm gonna hate it, and I'm gonna spit on you, basically, over how fruity you fucking are, basically. But it's fair. It's kind of fair within its own right. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. I mean, I'm not gonna judge. If I see you out in the world and you have that, I'm not gonna point fingers and be like, hey, you fucking fruity piece of shit. No, I'm not gonna do that. But it's like if it's kind of like, hey, I'm socializing and you're kind of come to my table with like a nose ring, I'm gonna fucking cringe. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna fucking cringe. And even sometimes, here's the thing: it's like with like belly piercings in particular in women, because like in the 2010s, women were obsessed with having like belly piercings, which like for some fucking reason, and it was like it kind of made women think that they're the hottest shit if they had like if they have belly piercings. But me in particularly, when I look at it, the entire motherfucking thinking circle comes around. It's like, oh god, she probably got infected at some point. She probably had to clean it up. She probably got gunk all over. Probably is nasty. Probably needs to be cleaned every once in a while. Probably fucking sucks. And it's like, yeah, it's not the same, really. It really is not the same. A lot of women think that men find that attractive. I kind of when where other men find that attractive, I look at it as the most insecure shit a woman can do. Actually, is like getting tatted and getting piercings is like the most fucking insecure thing a woman can do, like, for sure. But that's just my preference, basically. I'm not gonna judge you if you're into that. If you're into the cold goth mommy kind of thing with like piercings out the ass, that's kind of fine. It's like that's your fetish. Like I'm not gonna judge that. But for me, it's just kind of like, oh god, no. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Like legitimately. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like I kind of do realize that it's like me personally, I'm kind of like a fairly conservative person when it comes to like certain things. Like I would rather have like people who are like have natural aspects to their lives because they're human beings. They maintain their own bodies. They feel confident and secure about the way that they were born. If they don't feel secure enough, they can exercise. Like it's absolutely perfect if they do that. And it's like, yeah, dude, like that's totally perfect. But it's like to go to an extreme where you do something that is kind of like that is fucking like irreversible. Sometimes it's just kind of like, yeah, no, that just shows not only insecurity but stupidity to potentially make your body not functional over something aesthetics. Basically, it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, it's okay if you're fruity. That's kind of your thing. That's your fetish. Psychologically, you like men. Okay, fine. You like men. Okay, you're a woman that likes men. Okay, that's fine. But do you really have to go all the way to like change yourself like that deeply to kind of like portraying to the world that you're unique, other than cultivating your personality and other aspects of your mind? It's kind of like, yeah, no, why would you do that? And if you do that, you're just wasting money on things that are potentially permanent and make you unable to interact with other cultures as a consequence. And maybe that's your shield. Maybe that's your way for you to defend yourself, and that's fine. But at the same time, it's kind of like, dude, like I'm not that kind of person personally. I would rather have all my functionalities as a human being, maintain them, and reinforce them, even if it means going through pain. Basically, like I would go before I became somebody that goes around in piercings and tattoos. I would go through mental fucking exhaustion and agony before I submit to those ideas, basically. Like I would rather somebody getting a motherfucking lobotomizer, getting a drill inside of my brain, telling me you're fucking wrong because you're not thinking exactly the same thing. I would rather do that than motherfucking seeing a prick telling me that it's okay for me to that everything is okay, and that if you're gonna be fruity to the irreversible states, basically. Like I would rather the lobotomy at that point than to continue being like a motherfucking than continue seeing that motherfucking stupidity out in the world like that. But that's just kind of the kind of person that I am, actually. That is just like, yeah, it's like there's so much brainwashing in the world that they make people believe that people are gonna respect them because they're unique in irreversible states. And it's like, dude, no, the only thing that you're doing to yourself is potentially like hurting your economy and hurting your mental health, because there's gonna be much more aggro onto you, or like indifference onto you because of that shit. That's kind of the thing as well when it comes to like actresses of the adult industry as well. That is like, I mean, if that's gonna be your job, that's gonna be your job, and I can totally understand it. But it's like, personally speaking, whenever I look that into the world, and whenever I look women who have been in the industry and they reach up to 40 or something, I kind of realize that they have this smoker's voice, because like literally they've been emotionally sapped out of their fucking existence, because like no relationship is deep enough. You're only fucking for the sake of fucking. You don't get any affection. You don't get any close bonds. People hate you because of the things that you do. And you consistently become kind of like this kind of, you reflect into the society this kind of idea that is like, oh, that's your only job is to look good. Okay, fuck off, whore, after you're done like squirting all over the place. That's kind of like, to some degree, I kind of think that being a star of the adult industry, sometimes it is such a mentally draining thing that is like sometimes I kind of like look at actresses of the professional world. I look at them and I go like, dude, like at some point, if they don't hook up with with a male like adult like actor in some shape or form in like an emotional bond, they're kind of fucked for life because they're kind of like they're never going to find anybody that actually loves them by who they are, and if they do, it's going to be a very very fucking challenging like lifestyle where that person has to adapt by the fact that that girl had at least 1,000 dicks inside of her before you. It's kind of like it's kind of like a real you kind of have to be a special kind of psychopath for you to adapt to that kind of mentality. Basically, it's kind of like you really have to be a special kind of psychopath to adapt to that, really. And it's like that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like I understand that there's sexual freedom and there's like absolutely like kinky shit out in the world, and it's like okay, that's okay if you have social bonds that have been there for a very long time. It's like okay, if you have a social bond there, okay, more power to you because like you have somebody that you can empathize with because like you actually have emotional relationships with another person. If you're just having that with like complete strangers, you're fucked basically because like at that point you're just like people start looking at you weirdly. They just don't respect you. They just think that you're free to everybody, and if you're free to everybody, it's just kind of like what's the point? Like I don't want to climb a hill that gets cleaned every Tuesday. Like why would I go for that? Why would I feel emotionally invested into someone who is like that? Like legitimately, there's literally no fucking reason for me to do that. As like the only reason why I would get emotionally invested into that kind of person is because like okay, fine, there's like emotional like there's history to some degree, but it's like even then I'm kind of like yeah so it's kind of like that specifically. Like sometimes I kind of like sit down thinking to myself that it's just like dude, it's like so difficult from time to time to be like to have like a good relationship with women in this era where everybody got it. Everybody has an OnlyFans basically. It's kind of like in the era of the of the OnlyFans. Like, do you really want to date a woman who shows her coochie for $5 online? It's like even so, sometimes I kind of respect women who I respect a woman who's trying to be adventurous more than the one that is trying to sell her coochie for $5. Because the one who is not putting money in front of it, it just means that they're looking for kind of like some kind of adventure, basically, some kind of emotional bond at some degree. But the one that puts money in front of it, basically, they kind of shows that they're like, oh yeah, I would sell my coochie for $5. I was like ironically, money makes it worse. Funnily enough, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, actually, like maybe she's cleaner, maybe she is, but it's like mentally, like psychologically speaking, is like, oh god, no. It's like, and people are paying to see that. Oh god, no. It's like not special. It's cold. It's unemotional, and just because you look attractive, people are gonna pay money for it without any kind of like emotional attachment onto it. Who gives a fuck at that point? What kind of cuck loser kind of pays thousands of dollars over things that are not emotionally attached to them, basically, and only get like high quality corn? Like I don't get it. Like actually, okay, fine, you pay high amounts of money for corn. Okay, fine, sure, but uh, something about it makes it way more sad when men pay way much more money and expect emotional attachment out of that money, because at that point it just shows that it's just like that they're just trying to get a sugar baby, basically. And it's just like, yeah, no, no, like having a sugar baby is not special, it's not emotional, it's not nothing. It's just a toy that you're gonna dispose whenever she gets too old, basically. And it's just like, yeah, no, like it's a waste of time. It's a waste of everybody's time, basically. For the woman, she fucks herself for future dating, and for the guy, he looks like an absolute fucking idiot because he thinks that he's gonna get emotional attachment out of somebody else who's paying like thousands of dollars about it. When in reality, I think that it's way more helpful to have like kind of like a community to be like, hey, let's make projects, like let's make art. Okay, that art kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, cool. That's cool. Oh, there's emotional attachment to it, and people bought what we made out of this art. Okay, fine. Sure. Whatever. Works out, kind of. Like there was some performance about it. Okay, yeah, sure. And you can say like, oh, Korn is kind of like performance. Kind of, but like it's not special. Like if it kind of feels like it's not special, unless they have like a tight emotional bond between each other, it's weird. And even then, it's kind of weird to do it on like put it out to sell, basically. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of weird, basically. Like I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a huge fan. Not a huge fan in particular. Like not an insane fan about that. So yeah, basically that's kind of the thing when it comes to like content in the modern world where like sometimes I actually think about it in some instances where it's like, dude, technocrats are just fishing for the most attractive dumb coochie that there is in the world, basically. Like sometimes I actually think that it's just like the technocrat itself is just trying to label a woman who's attractive enough for the cameras and stupid enough to be manipulated into being onto the cameras, to be kind of like, oh dude, like to some degree there's some technocrats that are kind of like sad like that, actually. Like legitimately, like some of them are kind of sad like that. And it's like what I'm hearing is like they need to go through therapy as well, which is kind of like hilarious in its own regard, basically. Because it's literally exactly that it's just like, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, I guess, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Like I'm not a big fan, and it's like emotionally speaking, if there's some emotional attachment with like the person, it's kind of like, okay, fine. But even then, I'm like, if you told me that it's like, oh yeah, this is the kind of job that you're doing, and that was the first introduction that I got to that person, I would be like, nice talking to you. Have a good day. Really, that's cool. That's cool of you. Like I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. If you actually said what you were from the very beginning, I would have never wasted any kind of time on you, because like I would have just been like, hey, look, I'm kind of like looking for real connections with people. I don't want to be the emotional baggage remover of people who have been used, basically, because at that point I'm encouraging women to look for to contaminate their emotional support onto others when it's the responsibility of another guy, basically. It's like, yeah, well, it's the responsibility of the other guy, and then you're dumping all that emotional baggage onto me after the guy has already claimed everything that you have to offer, and then you're disposing all the emotional damage onto me because the guy wasn't able to listen to you. It's like at that point, sometimes some women, I low-key hate women who are like that. That are like, okay, wouldn't it be better if you look for the emotional support from the person that you're fucking with? And it's like, because like at that point, that's the reason why there's emotional damage. Like, you know, the reason why there's emotional damage is because you want that guy to actually treat you like a woman instead of a toy. And then you bring that emotional damage onto others, and then you get you forge a bond with a woman who is like inevitably damaging other men into thinking that they need to be the one healing everybody else. And whenever that happens, the guy ends up thinking, dude, I have to heal all these people because they're damaged. And then when reality strikes them, it's just kind of like, I cannot handle this. like women expect me to heal them after they fucked like 20 men. It's like, dude, at that point, it's like, just go back to the guy that actually fucked you and have a conversation about how you feel before you start dumping all your stupid shit onto me, because at that point you're making me emotionally and mentally sick. You're making me emotionally and mentally sick. I'm not your therapist. You're not paying me to be your therapist. I'm just here to be your friend, and it's like, you're doing the worst things to your friend who is actually trying to listen to you. You're making them go through hell just because like you want emotional support, and you want to be fucked by a guy that actually has some emotional understanding of you. But you do that after sleeping with 20 men. It's like at a certain point in life, it becomes so fucking difficult to be a guy and not be isolated from everybody's bad decisions. Basically, it's like it kind of becomes clear to some level that it's just like, okay, so just because I was reserved and I'm empathetic, I'm being used to be the garbage disposal of society, so I can heal them back up into a normal state, even though they've been abused, even though the problems that they have been a connection that somebody else, that some damage that somebody else did. So at that point, it just becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, no, you go back to the place that you came from, you try to get that relationship settled, and you don't fucking bring that shit to me. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get sick along with you. I'm gonna get love sick along with you. I'm gonna fucking throw up, and I'm gonna get headaches. I'm gonna be fucking livid over the reality that I'm living, and I'm just gonna end up just being like the biggest loser ever, dealing with like a bunch of broken women who are stupid enough to be used by other guys. But yeah, when after they've had fun, they come back to the guy that is like listening and everything, and it's just like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm kind of a whore, so like, sorry, like, can you listen to all my problems? And I'm over here thinking, yeah, no, like I'm a nice person, but like the only thing that being a nice person has brought me to do, basically, it has brought me mental insanity. It made me go into a depressive state that women are always looking for more, and they're looking for somebody to solve their problems. When I'm trying to start off my life after isolating myself for many years because I saw what the reality was becoming, basically. Like, I saw what reality was becoming back in 2012. Like, between 2012 and 2016, I saw what reality was becoming, and I was like, I don't want anything to do with this shit. I don't want to deal with the real world. I see the writings on the wall. I'm gonna hide myself into a hole and see what happens. And it seems that I was fucking right, because we got worse things after that, basically. And it's like, the moment that I decide to show my head, the only thing that I ended up noticing is just the remains of a blast zone of a society that accepted that that life was supposed to be like that. It's like, yeah, dude, like at some point, like, you have to get depressed. You have to be like, dude, why the fuck do we have all these women thinking that everything that they're doing is okay, basically? And then I kind of like then I look at myself in the mirror, basically. I look at myself in the mirror from time to time, and I'm like, oh, this is why, basically. Like, literally, this is why. This is literally why men are so fucking submissive. Because, like, because there are some men who actually are emotional, and they're supportive, and they try to like forge a bond with somebody else, And it's like when they do it, it's kind of like, oh, by the way, you're actually dealing with a very broken, like emotionally challenged woman that has been broken so many times that needs an emotional support in some shape or form. And you're opening yourself up. You're learning that being supportive is making them feel better. And you feel better that you're making them feel better. But then the more that you learn about them, the more you're like, if I knew this, I would have never actually been this emotionally supportive, because I would have been like, yeah, no, like I'm not looking for a girl that wants to get fucked by two guys at the same time. Like I'm not looking for that specifically. Like I'm not the kind of person that is looking for that kind of relationship. It's like I'm looking for somebody who actually wants an emotional support, not a fucking sex toy that is just going to dump their emotional distress onto others. Basically, it's just like that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like that's kind of like what pisses me off the most about modern society and what modern society has become, and the reason why I isolated myself out of modern society. Like I saw the writings in the wall, and I was like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm just gonna wait until the fucking idiots calm down, and if they don't calm down, I'm gonna fucking calm them down in some shape or form. I'm gonna give them a wake up call that that emotionally manipulating people into thinking that you're perfect is not a good thing, because eventually they're gonna find out, and you're gonna devastate them. And that's what they did, basically. That's what a lot of women actually did. They kind of realized that it's like, yeah, there are men who are willing to listen to you emotionally. There are men who are willing to emotionally hear you and feel your emotions, your feelings, and understand you and cuddle you when the time is necessary. So, because that exists, you better be careful to what you do, what you say, and if you say something really fucking stupid, understand that you're gonna hurt that man's feelings, basically, because that dude emotionally opened up to you, and you hurt them in such an epic way that they almost wanted to die, basically. So it's like, yeah, no, like at some point, it's just like just because you're a woman doesn't mean that you're emotionally intelligent. It just means that there has been too many men that have given you your cute pass. It's okay because you're cute pass, just so you can be a psychopath and say whatever shit onto people that you want to do, basically. And at that point, it's just like, yeah, no. At some point, I kind of start understanding why there were a lot of like men giving this kind of memes of like, get back in the kitchen. It's like, in some shape or form, I don't mean to be a misogynist, but being kind to women has made me low key kind of misogynist. Actually, it has made me realize that being soft to women is a big mistake. Actually, it's the worst mistake that you can make as a guy. Literally the fucking worst. It means that it doesn't mean that you have to put them in place, but sometimes you really have to tell them that they're fucking idiots, basically. It really means that, actually. And this is somebody who was willing to be emotionally supportive to girls, basically. I kind of started realizing that it's just like, I'm not gonna be the solution to all your problems, dude. And if I am, you're gonna drive me crazy. Believe me, you're gonna drive me crazy. I was like, and it made me realize that it's kind of like, yeah, as a guy, you cannot be emotionally open to everybody. You cannot. Literally impossible, because they start. It's kind of like when you go to a job, basically. And it's like, okay, you're really good at your job, and everybody's dumping all their work onto you, and they're paying you even less than the people who are not getting the work. It, do you imagine how that feels sometimes, especially if you think that you're progressing in somebody's emotional tank? It's like when you feel like you're progressing emotionally with another relationship, and then they bring up stupid shit like that. At some point, you kind of realize that it's like, yeah, no, it's like being a guy and being emotionally open and being accepting that pain and agony is part of a relationship is one thing, but another one is to accept every single fucking problem that a woman is a part of, because when you do, you find women who are so motherfucking broken that they think that they're looking for somebody to fix them in some shape or form. And sometimes the task is so fucking herculoic and impossible that you literally need to be a hero. You literally need to be the motherfucking hero of the story to kind of like take on like literal countries to even get some sense of sanity. Literally, you literally have to be a psychological hero to get the point across that that men do have emotions, and that women who happen to be psychopaths need a fucking backslap in the face and need some fucking discipline, because like fuck that, actually, like legitimately fuck that. But yeah, anyway, on that note, basically, I'm gonna wrap it up. Not to be misogynist, but women have made me a little bit misogynist, actually. I've unironically, I was never a misogynist. I love women. I love their emotions. I love their happiness. I love their laughs. I love their humor. You know what I don't love? I don't love when women trauma dump and think that they're going to get rescued over the mistakes that they've done in their life. And then still behave exactly the same way of how they were before. Because at that point it just becomes like, oh yeah, no. At that point it's just so emotionally draining. It's impossible to have a relationship like that. It just becomes a headache, and it's it's sad, basically. But anyway, on this note, I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you so much for watching. If you did, I'll really appreciate you, and I'll see you on tomorrow. I'll see you on, wait, today's Tuesday, right? Thursday for Danganronpa, the continuation with the chapter 2. Until then, I'll see you. Have a good one. Please, if you're a guy, don't, well, if you're a guy, listen to women, but don't get emotionally invested straight away. Wait what the girl is saying, and if she says some really dumb shit, just kind of like fade away, because it just becomes a little bit, it just becomes an emotional nightmare when you're in too deep. Basically, whenever you're in too deep and you discover something about a woman that is like, no, don't want to deal with that. It's like, yeah, no, it's too late at that point, and you kind of like end up having a rock in your hand, saying, I love this rock. This rock makes me feel complete. And then you back your own head against it because of all the problems that she brought along with it. It's kind of how that feels, unfortunately. So it's like, if you're a dude, do not be too emotionally open. Never be too, if you're a man, never be too emotionally open until you discover what that girl is all about. Once you discover what that girl is all about, okay, emotionally open and be like, hey, life is beautiful. You're kind of sweet. You're kind of a sweet girl. Hey, why don't we discover what's going on? Like, do you want to cry about something? Do you want me to hear about everything? And it's like, once you kind of are like that, it's like, okay, it's safe for you to develop that kind of relationship. If you don't, fuck, you're kind of fucked at that point. So yeah, it's like, don't be like me. Don't fucking be like me. If you're a man, never emotionally open to women on the first interaction. So, or like in the first 10 interactions. Put them in your circle, and if that girl is willing to stay, okay, cool. See what happens later. If she's just looking for some pee-pee, you're gonna get hurt. You, as a guy, you're gonna get hurt if that girl is only looking for PB, because like at that point it's just like you're gonna get used, you're gonna get replaced at some point by another guy. If time if the circumstances approaches, basically. I was like, okay, yeah, no. At that point, that hoe belongs to the streets, basically. She belongs to the streets at that point. So anyway, I'll see you then. Have a good one, everybody. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.